Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to MLG Vegas. We just witnessed a fantastic series that went on between Optic Gaming and Elevate. Now it's time for another one here in Evil Geniuses versus Luminosity. Hello, everyone. My name is Lando Sanders. Join with me is Mr. Jamie, a.k.a. Dirk, the man who's known and named after an NBA player, a legendary NBA player as well.
I have a last name, too, you know.
What is it, Ruiz?
Diaz Ruiz.
Oh, see, that's hard to say.
Yeah, let's just leave it out. It's a little bit of a mouthful. But like you said, EG going up against Luminosity. Winner moves on, loser goes home. So there's a lot on the line. This is what Championship Sunday is all about. Luminosity Gaming been looking very strong thus far, but Evil Geniuses were able to take the series against Splice. I believe it went down to a Game 5, and they're able to give them the hot 6-0 as well. So EG riding on a lot of momentum coming into this, as well as Luminosity Gaming. So it's going to be a good one. And we got a little bit of a storyline going on between the Saints and then Nameless and Study from Evil Geniuses.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, that's very interesting. And of course, these two teams have matched up prior. I believe in groups they're actually in the same one, and it ended up being a 3-0 from Luminosity. So you got to imagine that definitely kind of burned, Nameless and Study, kind of realizing that those two players were dropped from that team for Saints to pick up another power 3 from that Rise Nation squad. So with that in mind, this should be very interesting to say the least. But of course, like I said, to kind of break down where some of these teams have come from, because both of them have already played today. I believe Evil Geniuses came from a Game 5 thriller last night versus Infuse, and then this morning versus Splice, both of those going down to a Game 5. So EG, Game 5 veterans when it comes down to MLG Vegas, kind of the EU Slayers up to this point. It's kind of known as FaZe's job, as they've kind of been doing their job too, kind of been doing that same role. But and also from the Luminosity Gaming side, they actually just took out Team Envious in a 3-1 fashion. So the boys in blue sent packing, and it seems that the LG Loyal will be moving forward here versus the EG squad. It should be a fantastic one. Scorch Hardpoint is what we will turn our attentions to here for game number 1. Is there anyone that you are going to be looking out for heading into this first game here, Dirk?
I think the player to watch for me, it's going to be the heavy slayer from the side of Luminosity. It's going to be Saints in this hard point. Then if you want to go over to EG, it's just, I think Study is going to be the player that I want to watch as well. Both high caliber players, so let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Saints going to be rocking the OC off the start of this one. So best of 5 series now starting up between Luminosity and EG. Loser does go home, winner advances. Trophy system's going to be going down, so Flechette's going across the map. Basically your simple routine on the break, but you do look at the new mini map. It's going to be Nagafin crossing over to Skybridge, trying to flank around to see what he can do here. He's going to be able to find one. He's going to be able to find a second. No, he's going to immediately be cleaned up. Spawn's still going to be going in favor of Luminosity.
Yeah, great play there from Luminosity Gaming. Are well aware of what's going on between the EG side pushing forward. It looks like Slack and Classic just trying to clear out, trying to keep in mind those rotations. They're going to be coming in toward Turbine, but Havoc is there, shuts down to the man who's been rocking the OSA throughout most of the series, if not all 100% of it. It seems that shots starting to come in. It seems that Study will be awarded those last few seconds of scrap points. Maybe, but no. Continuous pushes starting to come in. LG not wanting to give those away as they have started up 32-0. Rotations in their favor. LG looking incredibly strong here off the start.
Oh, that was picture perfect from LG there. I mean, you see a lot of teams, they like to play on that cave side from the start. Then at some point in time, they get enough players up. They push forward and they flip the spawns. That's exactly what they did. So it sets them up perfectly for this next one. First player in the hill is going to be Octane. He's going to be met there with Saints. But now some gunfight's going to be going down. It's going to be Study coming out on top of Octane. Going to pick up a nice 2-piece there inside of the hill with the MV4. He will be cleaned up by Havoc. Now hill control going in favor of Evil Geniuses, making Luminosity spawn all the way on that bottom right side of the map.
Yeah, indeed. A much-needed point starting to go in GG's favor as they finally are able to get on the board. Of course, tacking those ones through as LG seems to try to make a team push, but Havoc is there, tries to find one, is able to make it happen, but cannot find the second in response. It seems that EG still holding true. It seems that the main player Study, when we talk about Study and Nameless, the dynamic duo between the two, of course, runners-up when it came down to the Ghost Call of Duty Championships. Guys have been together for a long time, and you know that the chemistry is definitely going to be there between those two.
Oh, it's more than chemistry. It's like a bromance between the two.
I would say brotherhood. Probably, I think it's a better way to say it.
But I mean, one half of the brotherhood right now looks like he's not showing up to the game, and that is going to be Nameless going 0-5. Look for him to try to pick it up in here. He's going to be in this lower hangar area.
There you go.
Finally going to pick up a kill on his former teammate Saints. Let's see if he's going to be able to start to get things going here. There's going to be one player outside by the rocks. He's going to get first shot on Octane, but he will come out on top in that one. But Luminosity still has a comfortable lead in this match. Study going to be the player inside of the hill. Trophy systems are going to be down, but Slack going to get in there, get that quick cleanup, making all the players spawn out on that back rock side for Evil Geniuses. Luminosity taking control once again, but now what they need to realize is Study just spawned all the way over by the Skydeck Bridge, so let's see if the pinch is going to be able to come in here.
Yeah, good play from EG, and the thing's going to be mentioning as well. I think from the Evil Geniuses side, they're going to try to get all up close and personal. They want to try to rush you. Havoc is one of those players who likes to get in your face. Study is as well. Nameless kind of likes to hang in the back, and Study can kind of do just about everything. When if you're on the LG side, Octane likes to rock the MV4. He likes to kind of remain in the back of the map, kind of be the anchor when it comes down to hardpoint. Your rushers are going to be players like Saints as well as Slack Classic to kind of hold and do everything else. Of course, Osa in hand for Classic. Currently starting off 10-5, the most kills so far in the lobby for this game, number 1. As LG looking absolutely fantastic here off the start. No knowledge of Classic coming from the flank. 2 go down, make it 3 for Evil Geniuses as Luminosity Gaming reach that 100-point mark and are starting to thrive. They know exactly where these players are spawning at, and Octane is starting to potentially get some of these headshots and long-range gunfights in his favor.
Yep, it took a little bit for Luminosity to get the setup that they wanted, but for one of these hills, this is kind of the one where you want to push out on both sides. You're going to make them spawn in that lower hangar area, and it worked out for him. Like you said, Octane just been the player inside of the hill, tagging up players from range. That's his role. That's exactly what he does. He will be taken out there, and he does fall, but Luminosity looking so good in this hardpoint thus far. Evil Geniuses have not been able to really get anything going. When they do get hill control, Luminosity is always doing a smart thing, send those gunfights so they can get those easy trades out, and that's exactly what you want to see in a hardpoint as well. They're sending people on the pinch to try to make something happen. We're getting to the point in the game now where the payloads are going to start coming up. Slack going to be the player getting closest to that one, but you just look at the side of Luminosity. Identical stats for basically everybody. 13-7 for Classic and Slack, 12-7 for Octane, 9-7 for Saints with 1 minute hill time. So the squad looking like a well-oiled machine right now, and the score is rising 143-49.
Yeah, the scorecard is a perfect example of what this LG team does provide, and Nameless having a very slow start to say the least, and it's been the exact opposite for the Luminosity Gaming side, as Saints is able to find too. But that's the one thing we talk about this Luminosity Gaming team. Even, whenever we had Looney in place of Saints back on the Rise Nation roster for Black Ops 3, it was that there are no weak links on this roster. It's not one player you have to worry about, the guy who's kind of doing the objective or anything like that. I mean, all of these guys have the potential to go off. And when we talk about, Saints currently, actually just starts to pull back up as they're all at the 13-14 kill margin. I mean, all of these guys have the ability to go off. And I think one player who we need to be highlighting a lot throughout this entire series, and really throughout Infinite Warfare if he keeps it up, is going to be Classic. A guy who kind of goes under the radar, kind of plays that SMG, well, you can say AR, but SMG, very close quarter role, does a lot for the LG side, provides a lot of communication, a lot of good knowledge around the map. I think he's definitely a player, to me, who's one of the top players in this game so far, and that definitely helps LG with a lot of their decision making.
I mean, you kind of look at it, right? You see the powerhouse that used to be Rise, and then now they're on Luminosity. They're all players that kind of fly under the radar. Slack has been underrated for basically a majority of his career. Classic has shown little glimpse of greatness, but never in that top conversation. So it's just sort of weird how it works out that they're one of such a dominating team, and they're proving it here at MLG Vegas, but they all just kind of fly under the radar, like you said. But the player we're on board with is Slack, but we just have to keep bringing up Nameless. He's slowly starting to get things going right now on a 3-kill streak. 5-14, though, not much hill time. So I'm just going to be curious to see what he's going to be doing. Obviously, he's going to be using the K-bar, but he just needs to be coming out on top of these gunfights. But when you have a guy like Octane with that precision aim and the NV4, it's going to be hard for him to miss shots. And he's just been doing an excellent job, especially on that Lava Pipes hill, and holding it down. That's where a majority of his time has come from thus far. And you see it just keep on rising. 124.
There's no need for that, man.
Time split completely from everybody on Luminosity.
Like, I understand the why there from Nameless. You're just trying to keep your fingers going and just trying to make sure that you're warm still. But it seems just at the awkward timing. It's just the EG is not really. It's not that they're not ready for this game. It's just the fact that you came from a game 5. Maybe your S&D more, mentality. But this is a different team. You're not facing Splice. You're not facing off against Infuse. You're playing up against one of the best respawn teams in the game today, and that is against Luminosity. Is Classic able to find one, tries to find the second, but it seems that Havoc will end up dropping, and Saints will be able to hold down in the hill, has the MV4 in hand, but quickly gets dropped. So good trades coming in from Evil Genius. It's about time they start to kind of pick it up here, as Nameless is currently on that flank, but to no avail. It seems that LG is still holding strong, and they are getting closer and closer to closing this one out. I mean, it's all but over at this point, but EG, it's just basically a bunch of consolation kills that they're going to be awarded.
Yeah, they need to. I don't know why they're playing so slow when the score is just rising. Finally, they do get inside of the hill, but it took them a little bit. I understand trying to get a coordinated pinch in, but it's at the point where you need to try to flood. You need to try to get those contestations and just keep the game going. But it's scored 232. Or at this point, like you said, if you're Evil Geniuses, the comeback is going to be super hard, but you're just trying to break out of that 100-point club. So right now, you're going to see on the minimap, you're going to see the blue arrows from Luminosity trying to get set up once again with that same routine setup. One player back rock, push up into observation deck, have somebody in security, and one person in hill as well. And that's what they're trying to go for here. So look for the players from Luminosity, specifically Classic, to try to push forward, but he is going to be taken out inside of the hill. But now you see arrows 2 and 4. They were going to go try to work for trades, but Evil Genius has had something to say about that.
Did you not even watching from the side, just making sure he's Getting a little bit of spawn knowledge, as it seems, as LG are starting to force their way forward. We talk about payloads being earned. Octane very close to earning his. Classic, maybe a kill or two, maybe even a nade away from earning that active camo, as he's going to have to wait a little bit longer to earn that one. Octane earned that Centurion. Looking toward observation deck, as it's all starting to come to an end. EG starting to realize that this game is over at this point. Not that they haven't already realized that, but only a few more seconds needed. Like I said, consolation kills coming in from the side of Evil Geniuses, but it seems that they're going to have to kind of focus their ways on some search and destroy as this game gets closed out 250 to 126. But I want to kind of point out, we were talking about the, lack of slang, I guess you could say, from the Evil Geniuses side, but to be realistic, I mean, this is a team who's not, their specialty isn't in hardpoint. They're not necessarily known as a respawn team, maybe an uplink team here or there, but their specialty comes down to search and destroy. I mean, we talked about the sniper play from Study. I mean, I believe one of the players of the year for search and destroy back in C2L's season 2 or season 1 for search and destroy was Nagafin, right, over on that Elevate side back in the day. And we all know Havoc, the man who loves to play 1v1 tournaments. I mean, I don't think he's ever takes a break from his stream. So I think when it comes down to it, search and destroy, EG obviously has to win that when it comes down to it. But this is definitely not the game type they're preferred to win. But when you get destroyed like that, I think you definitely take every loss to heart.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just the side of Evil Geniuses, you compare it to Paper and the guys from Luminosity, they outslay him in every single aspect.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of that. Now, Search and Destroy, like you said, is a completely different story, especially when you have players like Nagafin and Havoc as well. I mean, Nameless is the type to grind wagers in tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
Study doing the same. I mean, it's just sort of like a collective thing, but definitely Nagafin and Havoc stick out in your mind when you think of Search and Destroy. You think of who's going to be the one sniping and stuff along those lines as well. So to try to turn this around, this is definitely one they need to win. Last time these guys did made up in the pools, they ended up losing the Search and Destroy 6-4 to Luminosity as well. So it went right down to the wire. They just couldn't close it out on top. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bounce back in this one. It's definitely going to be a tough task to do. You got to think, what's the mindset of Nameless right now? How is he feeling? The veteran of this team, a player who's been around for so long. He's got to try to turn things around after that performance. 10-20. Not doing a whole lot for the team there. Like I said, Nameless probably beating himself up over it, but you got to move on. You got to head into the Search and Destroy with a fresh head.
Indeed you do. And of course, we'll get ready to load in here to the rig draft, the selection. It should be pretty standard stuff. I mean, when we come down to it, your active armors, your rewinds, your active camos, and most likely overdrive. Actually, you're going to see FTL jump. That's something that I actually have seen from Octane throughout this weekend. A few players have kind of been choosing to go with that one. Players like Theory from TK, and I've seen a couple EU players rock that one as well. So kind of interesting strategies that kind of come out. You can kind of see they don't really prefer that overdrive, and to be honest, I don't really blame them. I mean, it's very situational unless you're trying to maybe rotate to a certain bomb site. You can obviously use it to kind of catch an enemy off guard. I mean, but FTL jump can obviously do that job for you. It's like basically a reverse rewind in a sense. We end up getting pushed forward. It's a lot easier to spot than that rewind is, but it still can definitely be very beneficial.
Oh yeah, I mean it just catch you off guard, right? You're in a 1v1 situation. You see him just like coming right at you. You're like, oh, he's still far away. The FTL jump is going to put him right in front of you. So that's definitely something to keep out with. It's coming down to what you're going to learn is that fourth payload, whatever somebody decides to pick. It's just going to be a toss-up. There's nothing that you can pick that can really affect you that badly. Maybe if you use like a Centurion and Search and Destroy, but even then, the trophy drone can be something that can help you as well if you were to use that. So you're basically just going to see like a toss-up of overdrive and FTL jump and Search and Destroy. Usually, majority of the time, it is the overdrive, but we're going to see the FTL jump come into play, so we're going to have to keep an eye on Octane to see when he gets that. He's not going to be using a trait for that because, I mean, I think the only trait that is actually allowed is going to be the power slide. But using the power slide can actually mess up your movement around the map that the players, we'll just call it a G slide. I don't really know what people really want to call it in this game, so we'll call it that. But so just opting to not go with a trait, that's why you don't see one selected for the side of Luminosity. But Throwback Search and Destroy is going to be the map. Luminosity up 1-0 after a dominating performance in Hardpoint. We'll see if they can carry it over into the Search and Destroy.
Indeed, like I said, when we talk about a map like Throwback or S&D on Throwback, it's a factor of snipers. You're going to see a lot of sniper play towards that lemon side, maybe even instead of top blue or near that silos and barn. And when this roster was actually formed for Evil Geniuses, everyone was saying, well, who's going to be the sniper? Because Nagafin was the sniper back on Elevate, Havoc was the sniper back on whichever roster you want to kind of name, whether it was C9, Complexity, and then Study was obviously the main sniper when it came down to Luminosity Gaming. So from what I've seen so far, it seems that Study is actually the main sniper rifle for this team. Of course, not going to be rocking it here off the start, but we'll see potentially how things do line forward. As it seems that LG here off the start are going to be making a hard and aggressive A hit. One player to be here that is going to be knocking him toward the back. Tosses out the trophy systems, but if you picture around this corner, you're going to see that that bomb is already going down. Defense comes through, and Nagvan starting to call it to his teammates, but Nameless can't hear that one because he's already been dropped.
Yep, and he's going to be able to trade that one out. Classic going to be able to pick up another kill there on Havoc. So now a 3 versus 2 situation in favor of the guys from Luminosity. You're going to see Slack utilizing the raw ones with that MV4. Not going to be able to spot anything, but Nagafin's going to tie it up, taking out Saints. 27 seconds to work with, and Nagafin and Study going up against Classic and Slack. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here. I wonder if Nagafin spotted that player, and nope, Slack's going to get the eyes on him first, and it's going to be Luminosity coming out on top 1-0 in this first round of search.
Yeah, we definitely kind of saw the side of EG get a little bit cut off guard. They started to rush forward, didn't really see anything. They kind of played a little bit passive. Where's Luminosity gaming at? Well, little do you know, they're actually planting the bomb down. Nagafin, the only player in that position to kind of throw those trophies forward. You got that trophy system defense, so he realized that nades are starting to come out. Called out to his teammates, but Nameless ended up getting dropped before he could really even call out to him. So with that in mind, LG starting off hot here in the first round. Of course, round number 2 coming up. EG going to be on the offensive side. As you can see, early picks trying to go forward. Nades and early MV4 shots being brought out, but nothing coming of it yet as Nagafin looks to try to get this bomb down here.
Yep. It's going to be an A hit for the side of Evil Geniuses. Nagafin going to be able to get that bomb down, so now the clock going to be working against the guys for Luminosity. Now, the thing I want to look at is Octane. What's he going to do? Is he going to push through this mid-tunnel? Is he going to wrap all the way around? He's going to push through the mid-tunnel. There's going to be one player meeting him right there. Is he going to be able to come out on top on this one? It's going to be hard to do. Osa going up against the MV4 from close range. Not going to be able to win that one. Slack now going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 4. Let's see if he's going to be able to do anything magical here. The pinch is going to be coming in from both sides. He's going to be able to take out one in top green. Going to be one right outside here. Is he going to be able to spot it? He catches the player prone. He's going to go ahead and get the pre-fire. Takes up another kill. Has 15 seconds to work with just now. Playing for kills, but he will be taken out. Evil Genius is able to get a round back of their own to tie this up.
I don't think he could have ran back, but that was a very aggressive trade there from Nagafin. I think maybe just trying to hold him off, but you don't really have a whole lot of cover. Granted, the guy's one shot, but in that situation, I'm trying to run away, trying to play the time. Either way, though, he's able to make it happen. That's all that matters. So with that in mind, EG able to level the round count up at 1 apiece. LG going to decide and actually fare off here on this offensive break here again. Both teams winning their offensive starts here on some throwback. Early nades being thrown, being tossed forward. Not seeing any sniper play, I believe. Study kind of remaining in the back as yet again LG are saying, we're going to go toward this A set every time that it works. A few players in the back, Nagafin and Study trying to tag him up. Not find anything as of yet as Nameless yet again, like I said, gets dropped for that first blood.
We're on board with Nagafin. He's going to be pushing you through the middle of the map. See what they're going to be able to do here. Havoc is going to be able to get a kill as well as Nagafin. So now it's going to be Slack trying to work with Saints. And as I say that, Slack does drop. Now Saints is left last alive in a 1 versus 3. Stuck in a rock in a hard place. Going to go down 2-1 in the search and destroy. See if they can try to turn things around here. Maybe try to switch some things up. Looks like Evil Genius has adapted pretty well to this A hit from the side of Luminosity. Didn't work out like the first round.
Yeah, like you said, back-to-back A hits for Luminosity. EG very quick to respond. They're saying, we've seen this one before, I'm pretty sure. And they were able to kind of react and win the gunfights that they needed. Octane ended up dropping in a pretty clutch situation. So big wins from EG. Clutch Striker coming in. We'll see how they can fare here off on offense. They won their first one. We'll see if they can potentially do it again. They desperately need to get as many rounds in a row as they can, earning those rigs, or should be those payloads rather. It's not going to be very close to that reactive armor. You can kind of see Nameless and Study both very much struggling as 1 and 4 combined. Classic finds the first blood over on Havoc. That's going to be a very difficult situation for EG. Looks like the rotation might come in. Bomb is dropped, and now Nameless and Study left to fare off here. The dynamic duo is now turned into 1. Nameless 1 versus 3 before I can even utter the words. LG able to respond. Now 2-2.
And we're seeing another slow game for Nameless. We talked about, is he going to be able to turn this around, picking up 1 kill so far in the search and destroy? I believe with that death that he just received right there, he's actually going to be 1 and 4 on the game. So we'll see if he's going to be able to try to pick this one up. Like I said, 2-2. And this is something that Evil Geniuses definitely needs to win. We've seen the guys from Luminosity, or formerly on Rise last year, how good they were at Uplink. It's carrying right over into Infinite Warfare. They've been doing a lot of the same. They completely dominated the last time these two teams met as well. But now we're going to see some sniper action coming out from Study. Is he going to be able to find the pick on the player flying high in the sky? He's not going to be able to.
He had a lifetime to hit that. He's not able to make it work. Classic yet again finding the first blood. Nameless able to respond. Sniper shot. That's going to go through for Study. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. It's going to be the EMC left to work with as well, of course, as the longbow. See if any of those arrows can be shot forward. Nothing coming of it as of yet. So being a little bit risky there. Realizes there might be a player on the flank. 25 seconds left to work with as Nagafin shuts down Octane. It's now going to be 1 versus 2 for Saints. Saints versus Study. Of course, a little bit of controversy coming in. Saints is able to shut down Nagafin, but there is Study from behind. The nice shots, the sniper play coming forward as he's able to find 2 in the round, 1 with the pistol and 1 with the sniper. As that's now going to be EG who takes the lead in the search and destroy.
Yeah, very close there. I mean, Saints knew that Study was last alive. He's going to have that sniper, tried to get out, but got stuck on the sandbags. I mean, should not have been, if it came down to it, should not have been a round that Evil Geniuses should lose. I mean, you saw the kill right there, but then Saints was so one shot, just a quick shot with the EMC was going to take him out. But they had the pinch coming in there. It just a little bit of timing went in favor of Luminosity for Saints. But Evil Geniuses now going to be going up 3-2. Slacks Classic getting very close to their payloads, as well as Nagafin and Study. So look for those to come into action. It's going to be the reactive armor. Now what you need to do is just see Nagafin get at least some points, and that reactive armor is going to come into play. He has a scare to work with as well. Going to keep tagging a player up in this back lemon area, but Classic going to draw first blood once again. It's going to be on Nameless, but immediately traded out by Study with a sniper.
Classic has got at least 3 first bloods in a row. They've got to constantly be aware of him, but as soon as Nagafin gets his bomb down, he's going to be challenged. Is he going to be able to receive that knowledge? But no, not going to happen. Saints finds one, Havoc finds another. Havoc drops shortly after, and now it's all up to Study. Still sniper in hand. 30 seconds left to work with. Rocks the overdrive here, so we'll see how that does end up playing off for him. Able to find one from the side, but the EMC only able to tag him up. He's going to be shot from middle map, as it should be a challenge from both sides from LG, but Study not able to win it. Tries to go for the melee, but it's going to be just too late, as round by round these teams go back and forth, and LG able to get the defuse. I believe this might give Saints to be 25 off of his scare, but he's going to be very close to that reactive armor as well. So a lot of utility going to be coming up these next few rounds.
Now you have to think there, if you're Study, when you use the overdrive middle map, you see this player top train, he doesn't see you at all. Maybe pull out the sniper and just try to get the quick shot on him instead of trying to range him with the pistol. That was probably one of the negatives there. He would have at least been able to pick up one and then make it a 1 versus 1 situation and just go from there. So that's maybe something I would like to see from Study in that play. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Luminosity tying this one up. Looks like it could be going to around 11 if it continues how it is, but we're going to see our first B hit here from the side of Luminosity, and you're going to see a complete 4 stack over at A for Evil Geniuses.
And you should see EG rotate very quickly, realizing this is either a delayed push or, guys, I think our site's actually wide open, as it's going to be Study who's going to have to reload that information. Sniper out, so kind of a good weapon to have in that situation. We'll put a rushing forward. We'll see how the kill starts to go down. Nice shot there over on Classic. Wipes his head clean off. Saints with his payload, able to find 2 there. So players from EG starting to rotate over. Nagafin going to be on that side. Silos able to find 1 there as well. Now it's going to be up to a 2 versus 2. Sniper still coming in. I believe that might be... All right, it looked like a sniper play. It looks like it wasn't. So shots still coming in. Actually, Nagafin able to rock his payload here in this situation. Reactive armor in use. Can he win it to get a gunfight? But no, he's not able to make it happen. No, Study versus Slack. Slack's rocked his payload. Can he win the gunfight is the question. EMC in hand. The sniper rifle maybe will do. And is able to win it, but unfortunately the bomb will go off. So while it is a nice play there from Study, he's able to kind of maybe build toward those streaks and even that payload. It still will be a round 1 from the side of Luminosity.
The positive that you can take away from that is they were able to shut down Saints. He was actually 50 points off of getting his Scorchers. He did have the reactive armor too, but Nagafin was able to catch it with his pants down, wasn't able to pop it enough. So that's one thing you can kind of take away from that. You shut down Saints, but he's also very, very close to getting his payload. So see how this round plays out. We're seeing Nagafin doing the same thing every round so far. I swear, this guy spends more time up in the air than he does on the ground. Every single time off the round start, it's just constantly checking over it, let me get in those calls. But the bomb going to be a quick plant down at A once again, so let's see how Luminosity responds.
Can imagine if Nagafin had propulsion. Well, he's got a nade in his face. Slack able to shut him down. Nameless still trying to watch the flank in this backside bus area, trying to watch through bowling and just making sure he's got eyes over on that bomb. Well, during that time, 2 of his teammates have fallen, so half of the EG lineup still up, and now it's going to be Nameless who just absolutely gets tagged. A perfect break there from the side of Luminosity. They might give this one to Slack depending on the streak situation, so it is going to be active camo, reactive armor, and now Rewind getting actually not really very close, but definitely about, I would say like 66% of the way there. So good plays coming in from the side of Luminosity Gaming. They're only 1 more round away from locking this one up to be a 2-0 in their favor. But EG is going to have to grind. They're going to have to try and find some life here. No payloads on their side. We'll see how they can fare off and try to stay alive here, as they're going to have to pull back a huge comeback.
We'll see how this one is going to play out. same thing. It's going to be Classic, I believe, utilizing the active camo on this one. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. Gets complete eyes on all the players. He's going to stop shooting early, but Octane's going to be there to clean up too. Nagafin's going to be able to take out Classic, but Octane going to go ahead and pick up the ace to close out this one 6-3 in favor of Luminosity. And we're heading into an uplink now after this one. And you have to say, I mean, Luminosity looking so strong. It should be game over here for Evil Geniuses.
I mean, I hate to call things before they're done, but I mean, just to be realistic, I mean, that was the game type where it was EG's play, right? You know, how are you guys going to play? We all know what Luminosity is going to bring. We saw the sniper play coming out from Study as he ends up dropping 8-5. But yet again, the slow start for Nameless, 2-9. The very low performance back in that hard point as well. He's had a very hard time trying to get things going, and when you've already lost to this team 3-0, you're kind of thinking in your mind right now at this point, you're 5-0 down to them in map count throughout MLG Vegas. It might just be a hot 6-0.
I mean, and you know the Fire specifically. I mean, yeah, it's the whole competition thing. You want to win, right? But Nameless and Study want to win this one more than either one of his teammates. I mean, they're trying to get revenge. It's just that little thing. You can sit there and ask them, does it mean anything going up against your former teammate Saints? They say no, but you know in the back of their head, that's still sitting there about the whole Luminosity thing that happened with Saints dropping them. So that's one thing that's going to be in their head. I mean, you think that's enough to try to fuel the fire, but now we're going to be going into an uplink. It's going to be on Frost. Like we said, Luminosity has just been looked so good in every game that we've seen thus far in the hardpoint and the search and destroy. Their uplink game, no introduction needed for it. It's very, 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 very good.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They showed Evil Genius a little glimpse of what they're going to get in the future when they meet up. And 9-1 the last time these two met on uplink too. So
you by chance know what map that might have been? If you don't worry about it. But I was just curious. It's obviously got either precinct, throwback, or some Frost. But either way, as we decide to look that one up, we'll be able to take a look at the overall rig selection. As there's going to be Rewind Earned for Havoc, Reactive Armor for Nagafin, Active Camo for Nameless, Overdrive for Study. Basically a mirror matchup. So Octane obviously venting to go for the Overdrive. Very much needed, I think, over the FTL jump. I mean, it's great for some search and destroy, but when it comes down to uplink, your power players are going to be your guys with the Overdrive and the Active Camo. The guys who can absolutely make plays with those. And the guys with the Rewind and active, or Reactive Armor are obviously going to be able to kind of clear those things out, win those gunfights for you, as well. So Octane and Classic, the guys we're looking out for as far as the objective is concerned for Luminosity. And for the other side, it's going to be Nameless and Study. Like we said, the dynamic duo. One of them having a fantastic performance throughout this series, doing his absolute best to try to hold on to their run here at MLG Vegas. Like we said, Nameless having a slow start. Definitely look for him to try to bring this one back if they want a chance to try to stay alive here.
And it's something I would love to see an FTL jump try to come out and uplink, because I was sitting there thinking to myself, obviously when you use FTL jump, the drone drops, but if you throw it forward, you FTL jump, you can
That's a really good point, actually.
You can almost, in a sense, like, you can't catch the drone, at least from when I've tried it personally, but you throw it forward and then you FTL jump, you can basically just land right on top of it, pick it up.
Right.
It's something sneaky that I don't know if any teams have tried experimenting with it, but I feel like it'd be something cool to see, but it's just sort of one of those risk things. I mean, maybe it's something to try and scrims just to see. Maybe it could be a new meta thing that comes up too.
I could see like a director video about that probably soon.
Yeah.
If it ends up happening.
I mean, it's just like, I was testing out on a throwback. You just look up in the sky, you just throw the drone forward, you just FTL jump, it's going to land like right in front of you. So it's like perfectly timed as well. But I mean, Overdrive is one of those things that you really can't go without in a game mode like Uplink as well. So loading in to map number 3, Luminosity versus Evil Genius. If you guys are just tuning in, Luminosity Gaming going to be up 2-0 over Evil Geniuses, looking very, very dominant thus far. So let's see what Evil Geniuses is going to be able to do to turn this around. And the guy that we need to watch and needs a big performance is going to be Nameless.
He's actually pulled out an OSA here for the start. And I'm not sure if that's just a Frost uplink strategy or if it's just something that he wants to try and switch up. Normally a solid K-Bar, if not MV4 player. First time, I think, in all of Infinite Warfare that I've seen him pull out an OSA as far as his beginning class. But early on, a little bit of tennis going on as Classic's able to win that gun engagement. As the drone is tossed forward a few times, we'll see if Classic and Saints. And the guys from LG, as they get 3 down, can potentially get that drone forward for an early score. 1 point toss forward. They could have settled for, actually, they set up for the 1, could have actually gotten the 2, but they'll take it regardless. As in the first 30 seconds, LG have already got a little bit of a rally going.
Yep, and you see the players starting to link up here. Like I said, getting the relay. Drone going to be sitting on the black plat. There's going to be one player that's going to be Saints trying to slay out here. Drone going to be going towards him. He's going to go ahead, throw it back out. Slacked is going to be there to accompany him. So now just trying to make a play once again, maybe go for the 1 point toss here. It's going to be Octane picking up a kill there with the K-Bar. Drone going to be tossed up forward. And again, another 1 point toss coming in from the guys in Luminosity.
Apologies for missing that one. I'm going to go ahead and rock the follow drone there, so we don't have to miss any more of those tosses, of course. But like I said, Evil Genius is just having a very, very hard time. Granted, it's only 2 points. It's a one-possession game. It's actually Evil Genius to start to throw the drone forward, and now Nagafin is going to be there. That could potentially be a 2-point toss, but no, he's going to whiff it. That's such an unfortunate miss, but Nameless could be there for the rebound. He has to go big, and Havoc is nowhere near to stop that drone as Evil Genius is on defense. We're getting constantly pushed. They have an offensive thing available, and we talk about Nagafin. I mean, you know, a player who is so talented when it comes down to a game mode like uplink, that drone getting very close to the edge, but a very talented player when it comes down to the uplink game mode. You cannot afford losses. You cannot afford little tosses like that to go out because this team's already up 2-0 on you. They're up 2-0 in this game, and they seem to be firing on all cylinders consistently.
That wasn't even a free throw. That was a layup right there. That was a wide open missed layup that he could have scored there. Went right under. But anyway, we're jumping right back into this to see if Nagafin could try to redeem himself. But the players from Luminosity do have the drone, and they're pushing it through this outskirts side. So let's see what Saints & Co. is going to be able to do. Nagafin has a chance to make something happen here. Coming around on the flank, he is going to be able to find one. That is going to be Octane Classic. Going to go ahead, reset his armor with the drone. Go for the 1-point toss over top of the hut, and it's just going to come up short. But looks like somebody could try to be there for the rebound. Let's see what Nameless opts to do here.
He's going to try to reset that drone. Would be very smart to do so, and he is able to make that one go out. So sweat off the brown type of situation if you are Evil Geniuses. But in some cases, I'm really interested to see, you know, off of this first break here, that LG is not ready to go through dark, actually what Octane is looking through now, or just to his right through robots. They're ready to go over toward red side, which throughout most of the strategies that teams have been throughout MLG Vegas, no teams have really forced this way absolutely every time. So a strategy that's not very common, EG starting to maybe trying to adapt to that, and it's definitely going to cut them off guard here in the beginning of this game number 3. But I like the innovation coming from Luminosity Gaming, not doing everything set to standard, kind of catching the side of EG off guard. When you got Octane winning gunfights like this, it's very difficult to make anything happen, as EG yet again constantly getting 2 and 3 down, as it will be LG starting to rally and potentially to get another 1 point, or maybe even 2 on the board.
And we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Just a little bit of miscommunication there, trying to figure out which way they want to go, and Evil Genius is going to make them pay. Going to get 4 down on the side of Luminosity. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Study is going to be in control of the drone. Look for the defense to come out from the side of Luminosity. They're going to decide to push this one through ice, and teammates not going to be able to win that gunfight on that initial charge, so Study has to give up the drone, but Slack now going to be left last alive in a 1-versus-1 with Nagafin. He's going to come out on top, and like you said, big win right there, and they're going to wrap it through outskirts once again. I feel like I've never really seen a team do this like you brought up before, but it seems like they're very, very dedicated to it, but they haven't had anything to show.
There's a few tosses that you can actually do from that back red side, but seems Slack going the opposite way, of course, just trying to waste as much time as possible. Of course, we still have another 5 minutes when it comes down to this uplink game, but a little interesting movement there from Slack, but thankfully since that propulsion is in his back pocket, he has no problem scaling and running around. He basically turns into Spider-Man once he has that enabled, but either way, Octane gets shut down from the side. Teammate quick to respond is Havoc and Nameless. Havoc actually able to find 2 there, so 3 down for the side of Luminosity. Classic trying to watch through that frost side, or excuse me, ice side. It's tagged up, and EG starting to try to make that push forward. They got to get through ice, but Octane able to receive that drone, moving that one forward. There's only 30 seconds left on this first half. This could be a play. Havoc actually rocked his payload, and in the end, the rewind not paying any dividends to what just took place, and now LG are up 3-0.
And I'm honestly surprised Evil Geniuses hasn't at least got a point off of this. I mean, we saw the missed toss by Nagafin. That should have been an easy one, but there's now been at least 2 times where they've got 4 down or they got 3 down. They didn't really capitalize on it. They took their time with trying to push forward, and that's not what you want to do. As soon as you know that you have a 3 or 4 down, you need somebody overextending, pushing through into the base and starting to try to slay out there to try to get a little bit of a relay going. So that's one thing we can take away from the side of Evil Geniuses, why they're down right now. You need to capitalize on those moments when you do get the player advantage going in your favor. But Luminosity going to be going into the second half of this uplink up by 3, and this is do or die for Evil Geniuses. If they lose this map, they will be eliminated from the tournament, and Luminosity will advance onward. So we're going to be starting off with the boys on EG to see what they're going to be able to do on this side.
And we look at the scorecard as well. That kind of tells an entire tale of what just took place in that first time. I mean, overall consistency from the LG side, constant 13 kills, Slack the only one with 9 and 13. And then from the side of Evil Genius, 18 and 12 for Havoc, 8 and 13 for Study. You get Nagafin and Nameless playing pretty consistently, but it comes down to it. You got to have all players firing on all cylinders, and Octane drops here off the start. And it seems that Nameless hopefully giving his team, as the captain of Evil Genius, is a little bit of a maybe halftime speech, letting them know, hey, this is our last chance. This could be the last 5 minutes of our run here at MLG Vegas. 4 of them go down, and the powerhouse of Luminosity Gaming start to make their way forward. It seems like it's been a David versus Goliath fight up to this point. But Octane firing through middle ship ends up getting dropped as 2 go down so far in the lobby for the time being. Of course, those delayed respawns starting to come up, and now Nameless rushing from that side. I'd really like to see EG start to get a little bit of aggressive, maybe push through robots, maybe even take a page of LG's book, try to go over on outskirts.
Yeah, definitely Slack going to be the player right here by the drone spawn. He is going to be able to take out Nagavin. So now the middle map is completely wide open, but he's going to have a gunfight coming up here with Study from Evil Geniuses. Study going to come out on top of that one, catching Slack off guard, and he's going to pick up another kill as well. So now that's 3 down for Luminosity Gaming. Make that 4. So let's see what they're going to be able to do here. But again, no commitment to it. They get the players down, but they don't really do anything to overextend. They just kind of leave the drone sitting for a little bit. So it's just, it needs to just be urgent. You need to have a sense of urgency once you get those players down, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Nagavin has the drone, can slide out here and get a quick 1. And finally, we're going to see Evil Geniuses get a point on the board with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left in this round.
We talked about the slaying dominance that LG has brought. I mean, it's not really led up to too many points. It's just the fact that Evil Geniuses has been consistently slayed out. LG faces that second wave, and a lot of the time they weren't able to kind of get past it. So, EG, there is still some light. You're only down by 2 points. It's a 1-possession game. Still 3 minutes left. Like we said, potentially the last 3 minutes of this run here from EG. Well, now LG going to be making their way forward. Octane turning on the Jets. The overdrive rocked, and the 2 points will come in as that's now 5-1 in favor of LG. Now a 2-possession game. Study firing some shots through as 3 go down for the side of LG, but not a whole lot of map control gained.
It was a picture-perfect play there from what we saw from Luminosity. They're able to slay out the main drone site, get the drone in the hands of that overdrive player, and Octane had 3 teammates being his lead blockers. Such an easy score to happen. That's what you like to see with that payload.
Indeed. When I talk about the players who are power players throughout this game, we talk about players like Nameless and Study. Study, I believe, actually has that overdrive, and Nameless has the active camo. Those guys have got to get that at least once throughout this side if they want to even try to make a little bit of a comeback. One player might have actually fallen to his death, as Nameless is not convinced whatsoever that he's gone, but little does he know that Octane is actually on the other side, going on the wall run. Not able to get over on that ice ledge, but like I said, the payloads that are going to be earned for Study and Nameless, they might not even get them. I mean, Study might actually, he is going to gain this probably toward the end of this half, but realistically, at this point, I mean, you can already see from the LG side, they've already earned some of those already. I mean, they've already used the overdrive to get a score in. That just comes down to the slaying that Uplink provides. The only way that you get those points, the only way that you get toward those rigs is through getting the slaying done. When you've not done that, they can obviously play a huge factor in how the payloads work out.
Yep, and you're going to look at this. It should be another dunk if Octane is going to be able to get this beat down, but he's actually going to miss. It's going to be Havoc cleaning that one up. Drone's still going to be inside of blue. They're going to be able to take out the last player for Luminosity. That is going to be classic. So it looked like they were going to be set up to get another score, but Evil Genius had something else in mind. But 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Evil Geniuses needs to turn on the Jet. They need to start to try to get a relay going, but Classic picks up a big 3-piece, shuts down that push from Evil Geniuses, trying to make it so they don't get any more points added onto the board. And if you're Luminosity right now, all you have to do is just kind of kill the time, go utilize that wall run, just keep running.
Absolutely.
You get killed, drone gets reset with 1 minute left.
Yeah, and Octane doing a very, very smart play here. As his teammates actually get 3 down, he's like, well, maybe I should actually push the objective forward. We slaying them out consistently. We don't have to waste too much time. We can maybe even get some points in our favor and maybe start to put the nails in the coffin little by little. EG realizing that potentially their series and their run here at MLG Vegas could be over. 3 down. Study the last person here to defend over toward the portal. Tries to get the stop through, but unfortunately for him, the toss goes forward. 5-point advantage for LG. Just 30 seconds left. And it seems all but over now as Evil Geniuses start to maybe realize such and try to get the last few kills, but it's consolation kills at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for the entire game, we saw just from the stat line, if you want to base it off kill-to-death ratios, it was kind of equal, right? Yeah. You had 3 players dropping not huge numbers, but up there in the high 10s and the lower 20s, and then you saw just kind of like 1 or 2 players, the 1 player on each team just dropping like maybe the low 10s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's still kind of the same, right? I mean, the only players that have the weak link in terms of slaying, if you want to go by that, is just going to be Nameless and Study, but overall, all around, like we said, there were so many times where Evil Geniuses found Luminosity down in the man count, but they didn't utilize those pushes. And it's not going to work for you in uplink. Like you said, you need to have a sense of urgency when you're going to. You saw it so many times from Luminosity once they got 3 down. I believe it was player number 8, which might have been Saints. He was always pushed up. He was always overextended and in the enemy base ready to slay out. So him and Classic did such an excellent job of just leading the charge for Slack and Octane to trying to carry that drone in.
Right. So guys, with that in mind, of course, we've got a lot of action going on here throughout Championship Sunday here at the MLG Vegas Open. I believe we currently have a matchup going on over on the Alpha stage, as well as this one just concluded here over on Bravo. If you guys did miss it, if you're just wondering why are they showing a Frost Uplink card and now the schedule, it's the fact that actually LG just 3-0'd EG, and now EG is obviously out of the tournament. Of course, you can keep their head high. They were able to make it out through the open bracket. Not an easy one, to say the least. The largest open bracket in Call of Duty esports history. Definitely a feat that they can take home with. They ended up taking on Infuse in Game 5 and Splice earlier today in a Game 5 as well. So a lot of close games for them. But yet again, it seems that maybe LG is a little bit of their kryptonite. At LG Vegas, LG 6-0s them in total map count here at the Vegas Open.
I mean, like you said, if you're Saints, you're smiling because you have that relief. Like, yes, the roster change worked out, but if your name was the star, like I said, you're kind of beating yourself up. But, coming from the PlayStation X performance, which was absolutely atrocious for the guys of Evil Geniuses, and then coming into this one, I'm not sure if you want to be so I know the guys aren't going to be positive about this finish. That's just kind of the guys that they are. But
it's progress, but it's not maybe the exact results they want. You know what I mean? So.
They're a team that we don't have super high expectations for. Like we said, it's just kind of a weak link in the Respawn game mode. If they can try to get that figured out in some way, that, like I said, that might be the biggest thing that they need to worry about. I don't want to say like a roster changes to come for this, but it's maybe they need to pick up more of a Slayers. Like we said, it's sort of like just a casual team. They're not big on slaying. It's just a lot of search and destroy. A couple players are capable of putting up these big numbers. Havoc, kind of like the main Slayer for this team, I would say.
Yeah.
Nagafin's always been, as player known, is he going to be able to slay? That was the biggest question every time on Elevate. Is he going to be able to slay? Is he going to be able to do work like that? But it's going to be Luminosity taking this one. And,
I believe as well, I was just told that Luminosity is going to be taking on Allegiance actually after this quick commercial break. So stay tuned for that. More action to come here from the Bravo stream as well for Luminosity Gaming. Can their run continue, or Allegiance be the thorn in their side? We'll obviously be able to see that. Guys, don't go anywhere. More action from the Bravo station when we return.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MLG Las Vegas. If you're listening to my voice, then you're tuned into the Bravo stream. I'm Dirk. I'm going to be joined alongside Fox for this broadcast. We have Luminosity Gaming going up against Allegiance. Allegiance, a team that a lot of people slept on coming into this event. Didn't expect them to do so much, but they've been doing a hell of a good job and putting on a great show for us. But Luminosity Gaming has also looked very, very strong.
Yeah, Luminosity definitely impressing a lot of people, but I think more so it's more surprising of ALG's performance. You know, they're definitely not lacking in talent, you know, by the hands of just Moch and Royalty alone. They can definitely have these explosive moments, but I think that just them making it this far, no one would have predicted that. So coming up towards the top of their group, it's just a really impressive run so far. So as we hop into the rig draft here now between these two teams. Again, I'm Fox, joined by Dirk, but let's talk about these selected payloads. We see reactive armor on both sides, rewind on both sides, active camo, both rosters opting to go with that. The only difference here is that we're seeing Warfighter on one side and Striker on the other for that Centurion and Overdrive.
Yep, just back to the basics for Luminosity Gaming. Ever since this kind of dropped, they've been using the Centurion. They just in scrims and stuff like that. Just kind of had that discussion. They had Octane running the Claw. They said, hey, it takes too long to get. Let's go ahead and just switch to the Centurion. But he's not going to be using the Trophy Drone. He's going to be using Hardened instead on that trait. But my two players for watch, I think this favors the side of Luminosity Gaming very, very good on a map like Throwback. I think it's going to be classic and safe to the players to watch. It's just going to be a constant battle between them with the OSAs and going up against this Allegiance team. Like we said, they turned a lot of heads. Didn't really expect them to do much in this one, but it's been Mochilla and Royalty kind of like leading the charge. Sinful and Remy been doing very good at the support, and we just keep on bringing it up time and time again. Sinful, a player who never really has had many chances. Probably the biggest chance that he has right now is with Allegiance, and it's definitely paying off thus far.
Yeah, and more on to Moch. I look to him in this map here, in Hardpoint. I think this is where Moch really comes to light. His ability is shown in Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, and Infinite Warfare now, just how strong he can be in this game mode and how reliable he can be in this game mode in that assault rifle role. As long as you let him play comfortable, he will contribute in the stats column. So looking forward to see what he can do with it. We're seeing an OSA, and on the side of ALG, I know they use a lot of sort of quirky attachments. We'll see some extended mags where you wouldn't expect it, some laser sight where you wouldn't expect it. You're seeing an OSA with extended mag in the hands of Sinful.
Yeah, I mean, remember when we watched Royalty yesterday, he was just kind of stacking his weapon, leaving some perks out. But anyway, the game is underway. The first two kills going to be going in favor of the guys from Luminosity. Immediately going to be traded, but nobody has yet to break the hill to get any sort of points. Slack's going to be the first player in there, so it's for the side of Luminosity, but going to be shut down immediately. But this first hill, just going to see a lot of contention. I mean, it is possible for a team to try to get a decent bit amount of time off of this one, but so far just going back and forth as we already just have 30 seconds left in this first hill.
Luminosity so far pretty heavily outslaying the likes of ALG, able to award themselves with a few seconds on the hard point. ALG spawning out towards blue. We see three players pushing up from blue over the tunnel here. Gunfight going down. It's really mostly just coming from the end of Saints, and he's able to find that kill. So him watching that cut, he's trying to slow the pressure of ALG onto this rotation and give his team some more time. He's able to find one kill, but that trade ultimately makes it negligible. Him coming up off spawn, though, he's now well aware of what the play is looking like, and he comes back with a vengeance. Finds two kills. He ends up as bait for Slack to find another two, and that's an awesome rotation coming in from LG. Awesome coordination.
Yep, definitely putting him a 350 off that Trinity Rocket as well. Starting to heat up 4-1. Currently on a 3-kill streak is Slack. Is he going to be able to keep it going? No, it's going to be Sinful shutting him down with the OSA. But look for Octane. The guy's off to a hot start as well. He's going to be able to pick up one kill while he's inside of the hill. No points still yet registered for the guys on Allegiance. It's been all Luminosity so far. Now they're finally going to be able to break into the hill. It's going to be Sinful getting the first couple points for Allegiance.
45-second lead here from Luminosity Gaming. ALG has to be real happy to get some time on this hill here. We got Sinful opening up with some huge kills. That extended mag coming into play there. Didn't have to reload for any of that. He could just spray them down with the bullet hose that is the OSA. Luminosity looks like they're still trying to set up for another push onto this hill. I think they just might want to keep the pressure up so they can get the bike path hardpoint a little bit easier. But still, it's kind of weird that they went into the hardpoint this way because they did send one blue side. Now they're sending three blue side.
Yeah, they definitely are. The rotation's going to be coming in. The guy we're watching is going to be Octane. Going to be one player watching that. That is going to be Remy. Let's see if Octane's going to be able to do anything. The MV4 should be able to outclass the K-Bar from range, and that's exactly what it's going to do, but Mochilla's going to be exactly there to trade that one. Now Spawn's going to be going in favor of the guys from Allegiance. Look for them to push out both sides and try to get that middle map control.
I'm just not quite sure what that push was on Barn there for the last, 2 seconds of the hardpoint that they didn't even get. Maybe they just prefer this side of the hardpoint for this hill, but We'll just see how it pays off for him here. Lots of competition going down, or contention going back and forth on the hard point right now. Royalty not really able to connect with too much. He finds one kill, but Octane's able to shut him down. Awesome grenade from Remy. He connects with two players. Saints and Octane on respawn. Now Moch in position. All he has to do is pre-aim and wait. He knows exactly where they can come from, and he's going to decide to get aggressive and push up here. Not quite the right play, though. Those players coming up off spawn will be holding that cut for their teammate.
Yeah, definitely is slacked. Going to be inside of the hill. You're going to see the Allegiance players already starting to rotate early back to the statue area, but now you're going to see the flood from Luminosity Gaming. This is what they do so good. They're always two-hitting anywhere that they go to make sure they can get those trades, three-hitting, anything like that. That's something I admire about Luminosity Gaming, and it pays off for them every single time. But Classic going to be the player pushed all the way up. He's going to have a teammate coming there for the support. That one is going to be slacked. He's getting close to that rewind, starting to heat up a little bit. 3-kill streak, make that 4. He's going to find 2 inside of the hill. Let's see if he's going to be able to continue this one, but now you look at the top of the mini-map, you're going to see the Allegiance players starting to spawn over by barn, but now a split is going to be coming in from mid-map.
And see, this is why Slack is so dangerous. He can really just have these S-tier performances. You know, I feel like Moch at his best still isn't quite isn't even close to the level of Slack at his best. So if we see some of that come out here, some of that superstar performance, Luminosity should have no problem closing out this map with no chances of an ALG comeback. Classic in position top blue. He's going to try and keep the pressure off so that his team can get that scrap time. But if you look, one slips right by him. That's Remy. He's not. It looks like he's trying to get some of that scrap time here. The gunfight goes down. He's able to take out Octane. Now the rest of ALG is spawning up at blue.
Yep, but Mochila is just going to be left by himself over back here, so let's see what he plans to do. He can kind of get crafty here and try to make a big play happen to completely break this one open. He's going to be able to find one. That's going to be on Slack. The second one pushes. It's going to be Classic coming out on top there for the side of Luminosity Gaming. Is he going to be able to find another one pushing through the tunnels? He's going to be fully streaked out as well. He's trying to find a second, and that's what he does. He kills Royalty, making up a nice 2-piece, currently on a 8-kill streak. Who can stop Classic? And the man to stop him is Mochila.
The gun skill from this man, Classic. Catch him with any sort of an assault rifle, any roll of an assault rifle, and he's going to fire away. That we saw a lot from him in Black Ops 3. He impressed a whole lot of people. Saints still finding that 2-piece, fulfilling the role that Slack mentioned Saints was picked up for as a Slayer. Currently 17-3 for Luminosity.
Yep, going
13. That's a 13 right there.
Going very, very big right now. The Slack is going to have that payload ready to go. So he's going to have the rewind. We know how beneficial that can be, just in case you get in a little bit of a sticky situation. 2 players from ALG going to be rotating on the minimap right now in this back market area. It's going to be players Sinful and Royalty. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. I believe Slack did actually just jump over top. He's going to be able to find one. That one's going to be on Remy, but the players are starting to flood in. It's going to be Royalty doing the dirty work inside of the hill. Immediately going to be traded out. He's going to have Mochila there for the support. Now hill control going to be going in favor of Allegiance, but now the player's spawning out that top blue area, but the player we need to watch is going to be Saints as he's slowly starting to come in for the pinch.
Yeah, so there's Saints, but he's got a wall of yellow in front of him and no follow-up at all for those multiple engagements. I mean, this hard point, I don't think we've seen LG play it too well thus far. When they rotated it and pushed it in those last few seconds, and even on the last time they were here, this is how ALG clawed their way back into this game from that like 40-second deficit that they had. And now it looks like they're doing it again. They might just make themselves a lead, unless Classic and Slack are able to push in through here and get some time for the team. Sinful trying to make a difference, but he's outnumbered here. Expect him to die soon after firing a few bullets.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind too. Classic still does have these streaks to work with. Can maybe try to break him out on this underpass hill, but it's probably going to be beneficial just to use those on statue if they need to get a break. But like you said, not playing this barn hill very well. A majority of the time, be going to Allegiance every single time around. This hill basically is just what has been keeping them in the game in a sense. So let's see if they're going to be able to turn it around as we move to the underpass. Mochila going to be the first player there for Allegiance, awaiting the push from the Luminosity players, but it's going to be Sinful left to fight 1 versus 2. He's going to be able to find one, not find the second. But Mochila doing a smart play, just laying down, getting this time.
Yeah, see, he knows he doesn't have to engage right away. He has the time behind the cover, behind these sandbags, that chest-high cover to just regen his health and get a few free seconds. LG can't force that. They can't push him unless he stands up. So now that he does that, LG's able to take over, get the hard point. Someone that's Sinful in middle map trying to go for a flank. He fails on it, so that's going to award LG with just a little bit more time on this hill.
Yep, and the setup that Luminosity Gaming is trying to get right now is the one that you want, but that middle map player, which is going to be Saints, and now he's getting very, very aggressive, pushing straight into the Allegiance base. He's going to be able to find 3 from that push, so break, it's benefiting them greatly, currently on a 4-kill streak, but the players from Allegiance are going to say, hey, let's not push this hill anymore. We're going to start to overextend and rotate early through blue. Let's see if it's going to pay off. Saints, like we said, on a bit of a hot streak, find one. There's going to be one more player around the corner. He's going to decide to not push Saints. Saints going to lose that engagement that he does just get in Classic. Does have that payload ready. The active camo can come in handy to break any sort of hill.
So that was good coordination out of Moch of ALG. They knew that Moch was on the flanks. That player that was just around the corner from Saints, who was on the 5 streak, he didn't have to challenge because he knew Saints was looking that way and that Moch was on his way as well. So now ALG is going to find them with some time on the hard point. Streaks coming in, not making a huge difference here. And on Luminosity's break, they find 3 kills to open it up. The Trinity Rocket comes in, takes out Moch. So that should award Luminosity with some hill time. They spent a lot to get it, so they better hold on to it.
Yep. A little bit of a comfortable lead here, 174 to 136. Looks like they should be able to get the last 20 seconds of this one if they can just hold off this last ALG push coming from Blue, and that's exactly what they're doing. Classic and Octane doing some nasty work. Octane with the NV4, and then Classic with the K-Bar. Just getting this last bit of time before we rotate to mid, but you see the kind of all the arrows from ALG right now, separating all the way through middle map. They're doing an excellent job if they can just hold the setup, but they just need to make sure they hold these choke points. And that big gunfight that just went down right there between Saints and I believe it was Royalty was one that he definitely had to win.
All right, so Saints knows that he's heavily outnumbered here on mid. Doesn't even bother popping the reactive armor. Smart play there to save that for a later date. Still, the rest of his team able to pick up kills. It's going to be Slacked and Classic in position. Classic still has access to his payload. He's currently 28 and 17 right now. Monstrous performance from him to follow up on Saints' great start.
Definitely is. We'll come on board with Saints again. Does have that reactive armor. Something to keep in mind. He's going to spot another one, but Sinful's going to be able to come out on top of that one. So starting to heat up here. Currently on a 3-kill streak. Watching this left side bridge area. He's going to be pushed by 1 from Lemon. Is he going to be able to win this gunfight? Yes, he does. And now if he wants to, he can try to play for these streaks. He's going to find a second. Sinful really starting to kick things into gear here. 5-kill streak, and it's still rising. 225 off of that Trinity Rocket, and streaks could benefit ALG greatly, but they're going to be moving towards the hill that they've been able to hold for so much. That's really been keeping them in the game. I would not be surprised to see them bring this back and tie it up.
Yeah, LG's really been struggling to break this hard point. We'll see if they can make a difference this time. Looks like a camo got popped there or something, but 2 kills go in favor of Luminosity to start off their push. That's 3, still unanswered. ALG needs to respond here soon. All players are spawning out, though. It's not going to be easy. Moch still gunning Classic down. Awesome shot, and awesome of him to stay alive. Keeping the pressure up so that when his teammates pushes, he's ready to contribute to it as well. Sinful comes through, finds that kill. Saints is able to win the engagement against Moch, who stayed alive from the previous wave, but still, 3 kills go in favor of ALG, and again, they take control of Barn Hardpoint, Dirk.
Yes, it's similar, right? I mean, we seem to just kind of be back and forth at the start, but ALG always comes in, clears out the players from Luminosity, and is able to hold it down, getting a lot of good time off of this one. Again, this is something Luminosity needs to start to figure out if they are to go on in the future of this tournament, if they play throwback hardpoint. It's just this one hill. We haven't seen them get any sort of decent time from it, so we need to see a big change coming from the side of Luminosity. They're going to be able to get in there, pick up the scrap time. It's going to be Classic getting that. I mean, you can fight scrap for all you want. I mean, you're so close to winning the game. 243 to 177. 7 seconds away from closing this one out is Luminosity. Slack moving inside the hill. If you're ALG, all you need to do right now is just try to contest and then keep trying to slay out.
Sinful trying to take point there. Hip fire in the brick wall. Not going to contribute a whole lot to the engagements, though. Kills going back and forth. Remy's able to find 2 and stay alive. Connects with some shots on the 3rd. Can't finish the job. The reactive armor, though, keeping him in the fight. So he knows he has to challenge again. The EMP pops. Destroys everything he was trying to set up there. Kills all falling in favor of Luminosity Gaming, and that's the end of map 1. LG takes it 250 to 180. This game, Dirk, I have to contribute a lot of ALG's performance. Even though they did lose, so many high-impact kills came from Mochilla. And then, of course, there was Sinful, who just had a higher score all around in the KD column. They kept them in this game, but it just wasn't enough. The slaying strength of all of the players in Luminosity was their win factor.
Yeah, we keep bringing up. I mean, it's just the performance on the Barn Hill. If they could replicate that to every hill, they'll be perfectly fine. There's just something about that hill that they do so well in terms of breaking and trying to get a pinch. I mean, with a lot of these bigger maps, I don't believe there was an NV4 player for anybody on the side of ALG, and maybe that's something that kind of hurt him a little bit. We see Octane, the NV4 player for Luminosity Gaming, 30 and 24 minutes. Gaming going to be going up 1-0. Search and Destroy Retaliation is going to be coming up next.
So getting into map number 2, if you're ALG, you just kind of want to shake that first map off. You had some shining moments, which I feel like their shining moments is more of just LG's inability to break around Barn Hardpoint. They clearly just they just didn't have it together when they were breaking that hill. I mean, Moch was able to stay alive and just use his overall prowess in this game mode for those moments, but getting in the search and destroy, you just want to shake that off. You know, this is not the time for pre-game jitters or letting the pressure get to you. You want to make sure you can shut it out here, put a map up on the board, and tie up this series. It's do or die right now.
Yep, and Retaliation, one of the, in my opinion, I like to watch it more than any other map, but what we're going to see from Octane, we saw this last series too that they played against Evil Geniuses. He opts to go with the FTL jump, but this time he's actually going to pick a trait. Usually he leaves it.
And that one too.
Team deathmatch. Let's do this.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Toxic Flame back here from the video. Pipe inside of it. So there's no pipe inside of this one. Or like a stick kind of thing. There's no pipe inside of this one. So that means
Team deathmatch. Let's do this.
okay to sit. You should have joined the Air Force.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Let's see what's in the box. Could have been worse. I see we're serious today. That'll look good on me for sure. I'll check. This doesn't mean we're mates or anything. Looks like someone lucked out today. Are ye feeling lucky today? Didn't know we still made these. Yeah, I'll get to it. Let's see what's in the box. What's that? Maybe you'll survive the night. I'll take a look. That's some impressive shit. I'll take a lot. About bloody time. And there was I thinking I'd have to go and buy flowers for your funeral and all. Are ye feeling lucky today? I think you're gonna use that. Anyone ever tell you you're a right pain in the arse? Sweet Paul, don't mind if I take it off your hands, do you? Let me have a wee look in the back, see what I can dig up for you. Not a bad ball. I'll take it. This is what happens when you show me some respect. And by respect, I mean credits. Sweet Paul, don't mind if I take it off your hands, dude? I'll make sure you're taking care of me. That's some impressive shit. I'll take a lot. Listen up, ballbag. I've not got time to wait.
UAVs
3 of the game modes throughout the entire week. They had a glaring weakness in their games. Really consistent. It's starting to remind me of the AW collection.
You know, it's the same sort of style, scrappy team, somehow makes this team work, and here they are in a grand final. Patrick Price, what can you say?
Yeah, Pat used to play with Slasher back at the AW Open, found like a superstar young talent. Feel like he's done that again in Assault, who has shown up time and time again. Lacefield, though, for Cloud9, going huge in that last game to seal the deal against FaZe to get here. But this is a rematch now. And if you're just joining us, Rise Nation and Cloud9 matched up in the winners bracket finals. TP, you watched that one unfold. Break it down for us. What happened the first time these two teams matched up?
So basically, the only saving grace for Cloud9 in that winner bracket final was Patrick Price, actually. That first hard point had a miracle performance, probably the best individual performance we've seen throughout the entire tournament, but that's only one map. Rise basically cruised through the rest of the series, and it started with a 6-0 absolute stomping, which is actually one of Cloud9's best game types here. So how's the second series going to play out? It's really tough to predict.
I think you'll tell really early how long the series is going to last. If Cloud9's able to take the first hard point, I think we have a very long night ahead of us. If Rise Nation comes out, takes that game 1, I think this could be quick.
Well, the match is just moments away, but before we can kick things off, we got to hear from the players themselves. Right now, we have Benson on the floor with a player from each team.
Thanks very much, Puckett. Down on the floor here with, of course, Looney and Aches. Aches, I'm going to kick things off with you. You know, last time you were in a grand final was a long time ago. How does it feel to be back on the main stage?
It feels great. You know, I definitely have made some personal decisions in my life that affected my career in a negative way over the last few years. So it's really good to be back. We came about 6 months ago, I'd say, decided to make this team. I was figuring out like what I needed to do and who I wanted to go after, and we built this team that we have, and everyone's playing amazing. I'm really proud of everything, and it feels great, and I hope we can get that number 20.
Obviously, as you said, now you find yourself here in the grand final. You've already played against Rise once. What are you going to do differently this time?
We're going to play our game. I think in the last series we definitely overthought it a lot. We had known that last night we knew who we were playing Rise, so they could definitely study our gameplay and search, especially, and we got 6-0'd, and it showed. I mean, they railed us on that map. I think we're definitely just going to play our game, focus on our strong suits, and go head-to-head with them.
And my final question for you is, why do you keep going to Game 5? What is it with you guys this event? There's been so many Game 5s.
I mean, if I knew, we wouldn't be going Game 5, but I feel like we just lose composure after Game 3. If we lose that and go up 2-0, which happened before, but we're always able to bring it back. We always kind of think like, hey, if we make a Game 5, like, we're going to shine there because history's shown like we're a really good Game 5, so yeah. But no, yeah, we don't want to, so hopefully that was our last one.
Fair enough. On the other side of things, I, of course, have Looney. Looney, you guys made a couple of roster changes under Rise, and now you find yourself in a grand final. How good does that feel?
It feels great, man. And, you know, they've been a consistent top 3 team, so it was obvious I was going to go after these guys when my teammates left me, and we're here again.
Find yourself sitting pretty. Obviously, earlier on in the tournament, though, you got 3-0'd by E6. Of course, that was way back in pool play. I'm sure that's a distant memory at this point. But what have you changed since then? Because you've been going on an absolute rampage.
Just make sure our teamwork's on point. That's what we thrive off. You know, when we have team shots, you know, just trading instantly. That's kind of slacked against E6, and E6 is a really aggressive team, so they just like shined against us, and they hit us with the 3-0.
Obviously, as I said before, you kind of already beat these guys once. Who are you targeting on C9 to just close out this grand final?
I mean, I would say Aches, but he had one good map, and I think Assault is the guy that, when he catches fire, he's the one that leads them. And that S&D against FaZe, he dropped like 15 double camo, so he's the one that wins the games. Pat's going to have a good series, I know, but I think we have to stop Assault.
Fair enough. Well, I'm excited. Good luck to both of you in this grand final. That's everything from myself, Looney, and Aches. We can send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Benson. Almost a little bit of trash talk there from Looney. He had one good game, but then he closes out the statement with, we know he's going to have a good series. I think, though, the truth came out right away. He's not worried about Aches in this matchup, Matt.
That was the most humble I've ever seen Patrick Price.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird, right? I know when I was watching it, I was like, this is not the Pat that I am used to. He has to like. So we know him pretty well. I feel like he knows like they have something up their sleeve, like or they're changing some things up that they know that they can, I think, catch Rise off guard a little bit.
Well, and on the latter half of my career, he we didn't have the best run at things. So I think over the past, he had to change his attitude a little bit in order to get back up into the scene and get on to this team now.
We'll keep our eyes on Pat Price, a.k.a. Aches, as he is chasing his 20th championship. But here's our key player matchup for your first game. Hardpoint, always game number 1 in a best of 5. And these two stars have been going off. Lacefield, a 1.46 respawn KD. On the other side, Felony's been up and down. 0.93 KD, but Matt, his S&D has been lights out.
Yeah, I mean, over a 2.0 KD in Search and Destroy, that's pretty sick, and you expect that type of play from Felony. I know a lot of people were worried, like, when you lose Nagafan, they're not going to be able to get it done in S&D, but Felony, a fantastic Search and Destroy player. I think they gain a ton in the respawn when you add Looney to the equation. It makes Vicento's job a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. Vicento has been one of the star players on this team. You couldn't really say that throughout the last year of Black Ops 3, but however, he's found his comfort zone. He has that propulsion, the rewind, and that OSA throughout the entire tournament, just absolutely dominating, something we didn't really see. So it seems like all 4 players on this team, you need every single person to perform, and it really makes it easy on everyone else, especially Aqua. He doesn't need to go off as much as we saw in previous years.
There's a look live at Vicento as he is getting geared up and ready for his match. I got a chance to interview him on the floor earlier, and talking to him, he asked, do I really need to do an interview right now? I'd rather just focus on the game. So I know where his mind is at right now. He is focused on this championship. He's been chasing one for so long. I can't remember him ever winning a tournament. He's been to so many championship matches. Normally, he fell short to Optic Gaming. Optic's out of this tournament. This is your time to shine. You are the team coming from the winner's bracket, and all you have to do is a repeat of what happened a few hours ago when you beat Cloud9.
Yeah, this, the core 3 that come over from Elevate. You're really looking at Aqua and Vicento. Like, they've gotten so close to winning titles, just have not overcome that last hurdle at the end. We have seen Looney win a championship in the past, Felony not as well. So you're looking to see if those 3 people can finally get it done.
They're looking for the title. Will they get it here in Las Vegas? I know how they'll be spending their money later tonight if they do. For now, though, let's tell you all about EVE, our enhanced viewer experience. If you guys haven't been watching on MLG.tv this week and you've been doing it wrong, the new enhanced viewer experience taking esports to the next level. We got the rosters. We got info on all of the players. You can tweet live, all on MLG.tv. And my favorite thing, we got TP. Incredible stats there in the bottom right of our sample photo. You were incredible with the Annihilator.
I didn't pick the Annihilator one time.
No, I was going to say, if he was using the Annihilator, the amount of kills he was getting definitely does not justify the use for it.
And absolutely. The coolest feature, though, we talked about kind of the rosters, all the stats you can get on the players. If you want to watch individual perspectives, we have the POVs up as well. So if you want to see how to play S&D like Lacefield just did in that last Game 5, go to the Lacefield stream. You can still listen to us, of course, on the main stream as well. Anyway, draft underway.
So I know we've kind of debated it over the last few days, Centurion versus Overdrive. It seems to be like
Best Buy makes the holidays easy with gifts like this Lenovo Yoga 2-in-1 laptop with a powerful Intel Core i7 processor. Why, if we made things any easier, there'd be direct flights to Grandma's house. Holiday gifting made easy at Best Buy.
Side fellow is going to be the one running that camo. So assault or slower player with a faster player. We'll see how that plays out.
Cam was paying off for Assault in the last series. Will it do it once again? We'll find out right now.
Spawn either way so far this weekend. A lot of intense hardpoint games, which gets me
Looking to give the gift of fitness? Visit the Samsung Experience Shop only at Best Buy, where we make it easy with a Gear Fit 2, a Galaxy S7 Edge, and Icon X headphones. Why, if we made the holidays any easier, auctioneers would help extended families get caught up quick.
And Aunt Sheila's doing great, and Grandma's got a new hip, and Becky's still dating Mitchell, and Grandpa's not a fan, but Mom wants a wedding. Can I get a... So glad to see everybody.
Holiday gifting made easy at Best Buy.
given that kind of X factor, that clutch factor too, when you had Clay on one side, Aches on the other. Now here, I mean, my gut tells me with the way Cloud9's kind of in game fives and clutching up that I would take them. We've seen some come from behind victories. But I'll be honest, the hard points were not pretty last time these two teams matched up.
No, and with Cloud9, you got to wait and see exactly which side of this team is going to come out. You mentioned not as pretty the last time. Well, it was because Lacefield as well as Assault were really non-factors, right? They just didn't stack up to what they were performing with the rest of the weekend. We're going to see these Cloud9 guys in a lot of action as time goes on. So many lands coming this year. One of them, CWL Atlanta Open, $200,000 prize pool announced this past week. February 10th to the 12th, 176 teams and all 3 regions represented.
Yeah, it'll be interesting too, because I thought there were some nice open bracket runs, obviously, by the European teams. 2 of them ended up getting into pool play, but things kind of fell apart a little bit. A lot of top 12 finishes for these EU teams. Some ran out of gas. Some aren't used to, I mean, the EU events that we've had up to this point, none have been an open bracket on par with something like this. I mean, this is the biggest event of all time, to be fair, for Call of Duty.
TP and Mr. X, who are plenty smart, and they can tell you all about how this series is going to.
Best Buy makes the holidays easy with gifts like this Lenovo Yoga 2-in-1 laptop with a powerful Intel Core i7 processor. Why, if we made things any easier, there'd be direct flights to Grandma's house. Holiday gifting made easy at Best Buy.
I mean, they're coming off of a series. They're the hot team right now in terms of like they've been actually like playing games like in the flow of like an actual competition. I think a map like Throwback can definitely kind of get a little bit of time to get adjusted to just the speed of the game and the flow of the game. But I think at Cloud9, if they don't come out and get an early lead, I definitely think that it's one that Rise takes. But I think if Cloud9, this is an opportunity for them to jump up really far ahead early.
It's a very good point. I would say overall that Rise is the better hardpoint team, but Throwback would be the most forgiving for a team that doesn't have control, especially with the Lime Hill getting taken out of that rotation. It goes back to middle, so you don't have to worry about that long rotation around the map as often, and I think that might play into Cloud9's favor a bit more.
There's a shot of Rise Nation, the players getting ready for their match. On the other side, though, they have to shut down one player. Looney called it out. Assault has been the man, taking over games, dropping so many numbers in the S&Ds. Also in the respawns, you saw him 31 kills in their uplink to lead the charge. This is a youngster that I wasn't very familiar with before Black Ops 3, but he has really made a name for himself, especially at Call of Duty Championships when they sent Optic home, as well as a number of other teams like Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big game player. I mean, you've seen it in the last series. He comes up clutch the last few games. And I think you go back and look at Rise versus Cloud9, like if he actually shows up, or him or Lacefield, like one of the two shows up and you get those good games from Makes, this could be a different team with the winner's bracket coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they do get that combination of good performances. Pat can't have a lackluster performance, and neither can the main 2 Slayers on this lineup. But if the ball keeps rolling for these guys, Rise needs to be careful.
And you were wondering, I was wondering during that game when I was watching Rise versus C9, the first one, I was like, well, is Pat just like running around, Aches just taking their kills? Like, is he just like gobbling up? Like, is he changing his play style in the hard point as opposed to the other day? But I think, you saw Assault come to life in that second series there against FaZe. I don't think it's anything Cloud9's changed up. I think it was just more of they came up to a slow start.
Right. First match of the day.
We'll keep our eyes on Assault, especially in these respawns. Let's talk about game number 2. We're definitely going to see a search and destroy on Retaliation. Last time these two teams met up in an S&D, it was a 6-0 blowout on Crusher. Totally different playstyle, though, in Retaliation. Who do you give the edge?
I think I'm going to give the edge to Rise. They looked like they're more polished in the game type overall. They have more set strategies. However, Cloud9 plays this weird sort of rotation style, it seems, in Search and Destroy that is pretty darn good on Retaliation going from A to B.
Yeah, I mean, on offense, you'll see them play super slow. They never commit to a bomb site right away. If they get a pick, they push up. If nobody comes, they wrap all the way around. It's just a really odd playstyle. I don't think teams have figured out how to attack it yet.
We'll talk more about S&D after this first game gets underway. For now, though, you see the rig draft. It's the same old, same old. We're sending it up to our casters. Guys, take it away.
All right, this time, let's be for real. MLG Vegas Grand Final, Cloud9 trying to rebound here after getting stomped, really, by Rise Nation in the winner's bracket final. Jack, do they have a shot here?
Oh, they most certainly do. I think the key factors, again, Lacefield and Assault. We talked about how the first time these teams matched up, a very uncharacteristic series from them so far this weekend. Assault and Lacefield in the respawns have a combined 1.1 KD, while Aches and Ricky are at a 0.86. So when these guys aren't on fire in the slaying department, Cloud9 really does struggle. And right now, both players are already out in front for their team.
Yeah, unfortunately, that graphic we saw before the series gassed Aches a little bit. The 1.46, a little off. But you know what actually stands out for me on the Rise Nation side? And this is not something we really saw from him much last year. Leading the way for them in respawn, Vicento with a 1.15. Now, do I think he's a player who's always been capable of it? Sure. But that was always kind of Aqua's role. I mean, he was never the lead guy.
No. And he was his own biggest critique, too, after the PlayStation experience. He knew that this team was not the caliber that they should be at. Now they've refocused, they've recentered themselves, and now they're in a grand final. All Rise Nation have to do is win one best of 5, while Cloud9 have to win 2 if they want to take home this grand title. 3 kills on rotation now for Rise Nation as they've earned back that lead.
Well, let's stick on with Looney here, see what he's able to do. The rest of his team picking up a lot of kills. Well, he's actually watching the kind of extension from bike path. No one's going to be going that route, so let's get back more to the action here in Barn. And it's going to be Looney wrapping around the back. He's now got 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 and 6 are there. They're lining up for him. Almost some sort of collateral there as they're pushing through that alley, but not able to do it. But still, things looking very smooth and solid so far for Rise Nation.
And right now, if you look at your minimap, this is perfect communication from Rise. Every time a lane is dropped when a player dies, there's immediately a trade, and there's also someone picking it up, making sure there's no opportunity to be flanked. And when you're shooting like this, 4 kills in 1 second as they wipe Cloud9 off the map. Everyone on C9 stuck at 3 kills. A perfect start for Rise Nation. They've now got streaks coming in as well. This has been the magic of the squad so far this weekend, Maven. A combined 13 streak now between the team.
You see the major call-out coming in, 7 streak for Vicento. We were just talking about the man and that overall respawn KD, and he's showing you exactly why. The OSA so deadly in his hand. He just got the Warden.
Yep.
He just got the Warden.
Earns the Warden early on. I've seen a lot of players talk about, it's not as impactful as a streak as us casters like to hand it up to me, but it does some work.
It does, but the big thing is, we were talking about this yesterday, Chance and I. So if they go with Blind Eye, and that makes it less effective, if they decide not to shoot it down, a lot of times you're going to be taking off your blast shield. So what I think should happen, if that comes out, you start to pull out like double nade classes. That can be pretty effective at hardpoint if you're not going to have blast shield.
No, it's definitely a good point, as right now Rise Nation have themselves a 50-second lead. On rotation, these spawns will be in favor of Cloud9, as they have control of bowling. They have a player near that back bathroom area, and Eggs does win the one-on-one. There it is, though. The Warden has been called in by Vicento. 3 go down on Rise Nation for the moment, as Cloud9 look to begin to claw back into this game.
Let's take a look at the classes then. So you got no Blind Eye yet.
They're shooting down.
It looks like they are just going to take their route to shoot it down. If you all 4 focus it, it does end up being you can take it down very quickly, but still you're going to get, what, a solid 20, 30 seconds?
That gave Rise Nation the break right there.
Yeah.
Cloud9, instead of being able to reinforce off the respawn, all focus their attention towards shooting down that Warden. Thankfully, it does look like they do get a couple kills as they go for the retake. 25 seconds left on the baseball field hardpoint. And as of right now, it's a 17-5 performance from Vicento. 18-5, another 7 streak for himself. The guy is lights out in map 1.
My God. He's going to have the total tally of kills for Cloud9 if he keeps it up at this place. Absolutely destroying right now. Aqua shooting at players that don't want to shoot back. And just close to having the third there. I have to go back to Vicento, though, because he's the hot hand. We have the new hardpoint popping up, and he is shooting lasers with this OSA.
Yeah, his recoil's not a factor right now. Apparently, when he's doing this, somebody stop this man. 20-7. Where did this Vicento come from?
Exactly. That's why I was so startled when I saw the stats, man. I know he's been playing great this weekend, but it's not the numbers I'm used to seeing out of him. This is incredible, and he will certainly be a huge part, if not the key to victory for Rise Nation at this tournament.
It was mentioned that the plan with Rise Nation was to add more slaying opportunities to this team. Well, with Looney now on the lineup, yes, he's not having an explosive map, but they're currently outslaying Cloud9 by about 17 kills. They've held on to this lead. But what have we seen from earlier in this tournament, Maven? Cloud9, they could be down by 60, 80 seconds.
True.
If they get one solid hold, if their guns begin to wake up, they are one of the best in this game mode.
I want to talk a little bit about the Rise Nation team. As you mentioned, there were some changes that came in.
Yep.
Do you think that getting Looney in, instead of having Nagafin, maybe who has more of a slave-first mentality, where Looney is more of a smart, cerebral player, playing around the objective, has this opened things up maybe for Facento to be more of a star?
No, I think the big thing right now is the confidence in the lineup as well. That old TR, then Elevate lineup, it was like their second go-around as a team, and I think to a certain point it began to be a clashing of heads from within the roster. Once things didn't start going their way, they really began to fall off. One thing I do want to point out right now, Assault beginning to wake up. A 6 streak, now 7, earns himself a score streak of his own, and look at that. The score much closer now as Cloud9 has begun to shoot back.
Yeah, it's like he's just trying to be the counter-attack to Facento right now, put up some numbers of his own. He doesn't get the full streaks, though, does get Trinity Rockets, which may be impactful, but this is where the struggle comes in when you just, it seems like it's only Assault, right? 11 and 17 for Rakes, 11 and 18 for Lacefield, 11 kills for Ricky as well. I mean, it almost looks like it did when we were talking about all 4 having 3 kills. They haven't been able to explode. Assault comes alive. If it's not for that one streak, I mean, they're all getting kind of just trumped big time in that lane department.
Yeah, and we will rotate towards bottom bike path. Still a very winnable game for Cloud9. They're set up here on the rotation. Assault and Lacefield both on 2 streaks at the moment, 145 to 120. And look at your mini-map. All 4 players charging from either side. It's going to be 4 head-on gunfights with Rise Nation striking first.
Well, let's see if Lacefield can find the kill in the corner. Not contesting currently, but is able to pick it up, backs it up, catches him off guard. And you saw in X-Ray there was one above. His teammates looking over him with 25 seconds left and say, get in there, soak up some time, buddy. You're the only one in the position to do so. And now can he win these one-on-one fights that allow him to get out of this contest is the question. But you do see there's 2 players down here he's going to have to deal with.
If I'm Rise Nation, I'm more than happy to stay contesting in this one. No reason to go ahead and feed Lacefield those streaks, as you guys already have the spawns for the new hard point. And look, because they keep flip-flopping in, Lacefield is just earning score streaks for free. Now fully streaked out, but he's only got 4 kills on this line.
That reminded me, so you see that like Black Ops 2, something like Yemen, first hard, how they would try to juggle it. Like he juggles it there and gets full streaks. I think it was 3 or 4 times we saw him get points for that hard point. That was beautiful. And I know I was giving him, talking a little bit about him needing to get in it there, but he's making the smart play. He's getting all those extra points.
And the big reason why, and wow, a full clear out now of Cloud9, a beautiful bombardment spawns the boys of Rise Nation all the way out. The reason why that's possible is because Rise Nation is challenging instead of contesting. As I said, they should have just settled right there and played for the new rotation. Now they're realizing their mistake as the bombardment comes crashing down. The 50-plus second lead is now down to just 15 as Cloud9 continue to claw back into things.
Yeah, but all that great play, this is where you're able to soak up a lot of time. Rise Nation does do a really good job breaking it here. But now, as they hold the back, Facento keeps just shredding. He's broken the 30-kill mark. He looks so good.
He's doing everything he can right now because Felony, who earlier in the weekend was really doing well in the respawns, has started to slow down overall, currently at a .98 as the weekend has gone on. He's the leader of this team, Facento, right now, leading in not only kills, but look at the amount of time more than his teammates combined. 174 to 160. Still a Trinity Rocket ready to go for Lacefield. He's going to call that in right away as they look to retake this middle hard point, try to come back into this game.
We'll see if he can find any. He does find one in the back. That's Facento as he tries to charge back out the middle, Jack. Let's go to Assault. He's got camo here to use. You'll think he'll save it for probably a bigger break than this first central hard point, but he does have a lot of utility here. We've seen how strong camo has been all weekend in respawn and in search and destroy. Nice cover there. He uses it, take him out the window, as Facento will now get inside the hard point and add more time to what is already just a beautiful all-around game.
Payloads are going to be key as they push towards this new hard point objective. You can see on your minimap, Cloud9 spawn out